guess I'll interrupt the song. Oh. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. I hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. We are looking out of a window somewhere in Arese, Italy. I don't even know if they roll their R's. Arese, Italia. And this was in May of this year. Nice backyard. It looks like it might be an apartment complex, or at least a housing complex. Very nice looking. So how are you today? Oh, sorry, Big Amy. That is absolutely my fault. I got a little distracted. I was talking with Bardaki. Just a little bit. I was in the process of getting the bot up and running, and then he messaged me, and I was like talking with him. But that's all good. So we're going to get the bot started. Let me put the right browser. Oh no, this is going to be a. Up, come on. Up. Bot's getting started. We're going to go to a dark screen after the bot starts. Come on. You can do it. And TBD is here as well. Hello. This is what happens when I start trying to make a change before the stream starts. Cannot be opened as metadata. So let's see. I added an audio source ref to sound player. It should be the only thing that I did. So we added the audio source ref. We created it in the code behind. Injected IJS runtime because I was getting ready to try another thing to get the sound to work better. I thought it was going to take about 5 minutes and then got a little distracted, but it's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. Yeah, it would be nice if I quite knew what the actual error was. I'm going to try a build.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I have a really bad feeling about this. I should not have touched the bot. It's going to be such a waste of time. It's almost acting like it's already running. All right, there we go. Okay, and then we hop over here. Hello, McNuts. Back to desktop. Connecto with Twitch. Connect to Twitch. Chat. All right, Get Blamey, it should be ready. It is also possible it's going to break because I did some changes. But hello, Big Gamey. Hello, Dukasoft. Hello, TBD Gamer, and hello, McNets. I hope it's a terrific Thursday. Couldn't think of anything better for you, and that it is going well. Terrific. It's almost the name of this character. He is Irovius. And it needs to be said like that every time. Just clearing stuff out. Okay, the thing that I was trying to do really quick was to add in a... Where is this used? I had it open. Oh, goodness me. For each audio source and audio sources, we can... All right, so where's audio sources? All right. Fart impact, fart launch, all of those. So yeah, I need to add a new one then, but in order to add that new one, I need to add a file to my www root, root, which would be in Blazor UI. Sounds. I got a very special sound from a good friend of all of ours that I'm sure you will all know and love. But where'd I put it? I have no idea. Where did I put it? Salad. I'm just going to put it directly in this folder because that's going to be easier. Right click, open file explorer, copy, pasta, sounds, save. Okay, it has been downloaded. And now we can add the audio source. And once I put it in here, you're going to be like, I know what that is. I know what that is. Audio file name dot. Hello, Barbarossa. Let's grab all this. How? What? Do I already have? I already have an enum for this. How do I have an enum for this already? How do I have an enum? That is weird. That creeps me out, man. What's going on? I don't know what's happening. I began the assembler stage of my VM, says Babarasu. I don't know what that means. Whoops. Is it because you need to restart? Yeah, you do. Dag nabbit. So the bot's going to be going up and down for a half second. Let's crash it again. Building an assembler. Thank you for repeating it. It certainly means a lot more now. Now I need to be able to use this. How exactly are we making it so that when Dukasoft... I did say I don't know what it means, but instead of explaining what it means, you just repeated pretty much the same thing. I do know what an assembler is, and I can assume what it means to build an assembler, but what does it mean to build one for a virtual machine? Like, how is it used? What all do you need it for? Yeah, I don't exactly know how assemblers work or what they're used for. well, I know that they turned byte code or code into assembly code, but I don't exactly know the use case for it, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, so how do we pick the audio source for Ducasoft? When Ducas, why does it keep bringing me back here? That's in the same file. Why are you in the same file? That's kind of annoying. I took so many shortcuts when I put this thing together. I just needed a bot, and I just threw UI together. I threw this game together, basically building a virtual machine, and I'm building a custom architecture which requires my own assembly language. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh dear. Thank you for explaining. Oh. We're gonna update this while we're here. Is an object whose count is greater than 0. You are absolutely okay, because I just sneezed and now I have -2 ability to think cognitively. Oh man. Okay. So if it's Ducasoft, then we have Fart Lunch. Otherwise, we're going to choose... Oh, and that is at full power. Yeah, I really don't like how I'm doing this. I should know how long the animation is going to take. At this point, don't I? That's rerun animation anyway. Launch result would be the thing that I want, but we're gonna see if we can find this in launch result. Var animation duration is launch result dot, what do we have on launch result? Oh my goodness. Ooh. That was so dumb. Why sneeze? Why sneeze? Projectile impact force. Yeah, so it's got to be sum dot positions dot sum. Wait. Is time in this the actual time that it is at? Yeah, so it would be max. Max time. Max time. Ah. And this should be in seconds. Divided by animation speed. So I'm looking at this. And I'm pretty sure I have to divide by animation speed. Which is going to be underscore animation speed. Okay, then we should be able to delay for time span from seconds, total millis. Okay, so we're going to do that for you and for... Where is the actual regular launch? I have relaunch. But I don't have a clue where this thing is doing the actual shooting. How confusing. Unparameter set. Okay. If we receive, yeah, it should be, I am so confused about how this works. Games page. Excuse me, I have a question, games page. When you receive a message from signal R, on connected, on message received, and that message is a game message, then we process game message. Hello and welcome in. Do you sometimes get tired of programming? I can't say that I have. Like, there are times when I get frustrated at being stuck on the what seems like a very, very dumb thing, but I still enjoy it. I like the frustration of it at times. I don't like it consistently, but I do know that I will eventually solve whatever it is that I'm stuck on. You get tired of the people around programming. I am struggling to think, to comprehend today. Are you saying that the other developers, or are you saying when there are people that are around you while you're programming? Or, yeah, I don't get it. Because if it means other developers, then that means that you're tired of me. And that makes me sad. I don't want to be tired of. Having had been tired of. Reset timer, projectile, do log, launch result, and then we provide the launch result to the arrow flight animation. And as soon as we do that, and we turn game in progress on, that's when it does the replay anim. I'm so confused. I honestly don't know how this thing determines when it's shooting the arrow and when it's playing the sounds and all that stuff. I don't know how I wrote this. I just wanted to get a bot done, and I didn't pay too much attention about how I got it done, which is a terrible, terrible thing to do. But that's fine. We have a bot. So what I'm going to do instead is jump to a dark screen so that I can respond better to you and not be distracted by this. Refresh that, reconnect to Twitch, and pull in our bot into chat by clicking this button and this button. Okay, so the archery should be up and running. Captain Commerce is here. Captain Commerce is here. Okay, so Gynoxen says, or is it Gynoxen? Says, in general, lately I've been having constant bipolarity. It works. I'll break something again. I'll fix it. I'll break something again until I get a nervous tick. Interesting. Yeah, so I enjoy that process. I try not to break things, of course. I would love for fixing one thing to not affect another thing and end up breaking that thing, because we already did the work to get everything working and it's working nicely. So a change over here should not affect anything over there. That would get annoying, but again, it's still not something that causes me to be tired of writing software. And you'll hear me talk. I'm gonna bring this up early. You'll hear me talking about the use of AI, which will make it sound like, probably to some people, and I'm not gonna project this onto you. I'm gonna allow you to come to your own conclusions. But it seems like to a lot of people that sounds like I really don't like programming. I would rather have AI do software development for me. But that isn't the case. The thing that I enjoy about software development and utilizing AI as a tool is that cooperative, collaborative effort where I'm still writing code, it's writing its own code, and I'm reviewing its code. So you may think it's like doing double work, but it's not. It's just taking care of another piece of the application that I would be working on myself anyway. So, I mean, it's going to take me just as long to review its code versus write it myself. And I learned some things in the process of doing that. All right. But even before that, just to go back to the actual original question, even before that, I thoroughly there was a time starting in about 2022, 2023 that I moved jobs into a software consultancy, into a consulting firm. What are they called? Software consulting firm. I say it so often. Anyway, I used to work at Sagetti, which I'm no longer affiliated with them, and any views and opinions I express on this channel are not the views and opinions of Sagetti, blah, 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 blah. But I used to work at a consulting firm, and they had a whole bunch of clients. I was with one particular client. I was working on that. And then in the evenings when the place that I left, which is the place that I'm still working on the same software now. They still wanted some support with their software because I was the only developer there, with a junior developer, and he wasn't as confident about working in the applications. So they asked me to continue supporting the applications. And on top of that, I had my full-time job, and I was doing that in the evenings for about 4 hours a night, which meant about anywhere between 12 to 16 hour day of software development. Oh, Dukasoft. Every day of the week. And then sometimes on the weekends, I would do my side projects and just keep doing more software dev. And even in that time, I didn't get tired of it. I most likely experienced burnout. I will say that. I'm not immune to it, but I'm not 100% sure if that is what actually happened. It is making the noise every time. I fixed it. Did you hear that? It made the archery noise every time. You hit the target. That was your last try. Guess what I forgot to do? Goodness, man. There's so many things that I have to remember to do. LM Studio. I just want to be able to start a stream, you know, and get to work. Loading. 404 not found. Okay, there we go. You should still be up, McNuts. You have 3 tries. So just type shoot, toot, or pew. And then an angle from -90 to +90, and a magnitude from 0 to 100, where 100 is the maximum speed you could possibly go or shoot at. And yeah, there is a little bit of variance on the speed. Is that a -30? Yeah, so you pretty much shot down towards the ground. So -90 is straight down, +90 is straight up, and then anywhere in between. Very close. Very close. You'll get used to it. Or you could do a big gamey shot. And he has actually landed shots at like 80 degrees, which is pretty much close to straight up. I mean, it's obviously not straight up, but, and a pretty high velocity, which leaves the arrow in flight for a very, very long time, and you get bonus points the longer the arrow is in the air. But I was trying to add. I'm still gonna add it. I'm gonna figure out how to add this because I think we saw the code for it. Captain Commerce, you got an exclamation point archery. Yeah, do archery if you want to be as good as Big Gaming. No. You're up, Captain Commerce. Use shoot, angle, draw, force. The LLM really wants you to use shoot. We don't like this thinking pew. We want shoot. How I so for reference, the oh man, I'm sorry that I dropped the conversation. We're gonna get back into it, Jen Oxen. Did you tell me if it was pronounced as a g or a j? Soft G or sharp G? I don't know what it's called. G is J or G is D. But I'll read more of the conversation here in a second. For your reference, the X is to scale. So the distance between you and the target horizontally is scaled at Olympic distance. So a maximum of 70 meters away compared to how hard 100% is. You can shoot at most 132 meters per second, something like that. And gravity is at negative 9.8 meters per second squared. So if you want to do the math, if you can try to guesstimate how far it is between where you are and where the target actually ends up, because it's a random distance between 35 meters and 70 meters. And then of course, a certain height up. And then the vertical is scaled differently, because if I had both the vertical and the horizontal scaled the same, you would be itty bitty. You wouldn't even be able to see the target. So I squashed the Y scale so that you would be taller, but it is still to scale. The actual simulation is to scale. So however far away the distance, the target is compared to how high up off the ground it is, and then compared to how you shoot, and all of that stuff should be to scale. Okay. So to pick back up on the conversation that no response gave me, that John Oxen started. In general, lately I've been having constant bipolarity. It works. I'll break something. We read that. And then TBD said management. And then at John Oxen, are you quite new to development? Forgive my poor memory. And then John Oxen said to TBD, not really. I'm making something of my own and have been for quite a while now. Awesome. I love it. Sometimes it's healthy to walk away. Yeah, that's the other thing I guess that should be mentioned as well. I love this advice. Thank you, TBD. Sometimes it's healthy to walk away and do something else for a little while. Give yourself a moment to not get frustrated. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. The main consideration to have with that is also the more that you do a thing in a mindful way, the more your brain is going to get groove the synapses that are needed in order to continue doing that thing a little bit easier. It's like working a muscle. So if you find that you are man, how can I say this a different way that isn't like, I don't want to single anyone out. I don't want to judge anyone for any of your habits or any of the things that you do. Something that happens to me that I observe in myself is how I'm going to state this, is that if I do end up like spending my away time, the ways that I decompress from doing software development, if I spend that playing video games, then I find it harder to focus or to keep the joy of writing software while I am programming. However, if I do something like exercise as my decompress, so every morning after about 3 hours of work, I take an hour break to do exercise and shower and brushing my teeth and all that stuff. And then I come back and then do some more software development. And I feel refreshed and I feel motivated. And it's just an overall net positive feeling as opposed to, man, I wish I could be doing this other thing that I was getting endorphins from, because that groove, the endorphins are causing that. And I'm doing this because I can feel it in my brains, even though you can't really feel your brain. Um, feel it in my brains that there are these grooves being made that make it easier for me to access the desire to play video games. And it's not that I don't want to play video games. I absolutely do. There are quite a few games in my backlog that I am excited to try to play at some point. But I've really had the desire to do software development or write story. Writing story is the other thing that brings me joy right now. Speaking of writing story. Sidebar, distracted. Okay, so then continuing in chat. Sawcam Commerce here. Gynoxin responded to TBD saying, for me, the problem stems more from the fact that few people in the world embrace the subject in the sense that there are no ready-made libraries, only AI remains. Interesting. What is your subject? What is the topic? I hope you know that you have TBD's community and my community, which overlap quite a bit, but we do have some diversity. So you can join my Discord, you can join TBD's Discord, and you will find a whole bunch of people that would love to, or not would love to, that might have time, and if they have time, they would love to discuss whatever project you're working on with you. This is a great place to talk about it. I love hearing about people being excited about software development, and then when I hear about people that are not feeling very excited, then I just want to hear you out. Let you be frustrated with doing software development if that's how you feel in that moment. But I always want to encourage you to, if it's something that had excited you and that you still feel like you want to get to at some point, that you are able to, that you have the freedom to choose to do more software dev. What is going on with your site? So I'm getting more and more tired of the World Anvil site. I'm paying for a pretty expensive subscription just so I can have access to the API, because I do love the organization tools, but their UI UX is not great. Anyway, here is the work that I have been doing. I keep wanting to click the let's get down to business on the story and the organized, like, actually, let me show it this way. Can we go here, view? So here are all of the chapters that I have so far. Of course, the overall takeaway thing is that, yes, I have been collaborating with AI to do some of this creative endeavor. All of the elements, all of the background work, all of the ideas and stuff came from my wife and me over the past 10 years. No, even more than 10 years, 20 years. We'll go with 12 years just to just to be safe, because we stopped playing Lineage 2 in 2011, and then we just started writing story about it. And doing a lot of ideas and world building and all of that stuff. So all of that stuff that you saw in this fragmented story came from us. We just organized it using World Anvil, and then we took a whole bunch of the information, fed it through an LLM, and said, help us organize this. Let us ask questions about these documents so that we can find out who our characters are, what our final actual thoughts are on those characters. So we have a ton of ideas. Like, this page is even having trouble loading because we have so many articles that are trying to display on the page, and they don't know how to use virtualize, and they don't know how to use paged results. Look at this. This is terrible. It's worse than mine. So I do upfront put in the information about what portions of this are um, assisted by AI and which portions are the ones that I wrote. And for the most part, anything that you see written is from me typing it in myself, not copying and pasting from AI. Although I do talk and ideate with AI for some of the ideas on how to transition from this idea that I have over here to this one and keep all of the threads in place. But I mean, look at this. I got 9 chapters. 9 chapters. And they feel good too. They feel like an actual story. I need to flesh them out a little bit more as far as world building, so that you, the reader, will be able to see the world with enough freedom for you to be able to choose how you see it. But anyway, so that I just wanted to share that. I love writing stories. You can see our characters. Do I have our characters anywhere? Did you finish loading? Yes. Okay. So you got all of this stuff here. These are all fragmented ideas that my wife have written down over the past, I'm going to say since 2012 or 13. That's when a lot of things happened. 2012, 2013. And then we have our timelines, which I have no idea how to get to timelines. Lineage 2 canon. So again, this is more like a fanfic of Lineage 2, where our characters have a very, very distinct and defined role in the world, as opposed to following the Lineage 2 story itself. Yeah, so we got some timelines. We got the events that drive the what are they called? The plots and the events and all of that stuff. And it's just, oh, it's going to be so good. I'm looking forward to seeing this story. So yeah, I'll share that on occasion because I'm excited about it. I love writing. All right, moving on back to the conversation at hand. We got lots of people playing archery. I hope you're having fun with it. I hope it's not breaking. And I hope the LLM is being kind to you. The points thing is the other one that I want to get fixed, but I'll do that later. Oh, I can't even use the 2 hours. So I'm going to call my parents today to discuss the Puerto Rico trip that I told you about last time. Yeah. Okay, so TBD was also responding to Gynoxin. Can appreciate the making something of your own. There's a community of devs here that you can always bounce things off of. Even if you don't have, or if they don't have the full context, it can help to rubber duck with other human beings. Absolutely, absolutely agree. And again, this is a great community for that. I want to echo what TBD is saying. It's fantastic for that. Gynoxin said, I've tried, and I'm not saying this to stroke my ego in any way. Not many people do complex computational chemistry and AI. True, and there are people that are working on complex systems of other ilk. Can I say it that way? Of another ilk, but they are just as complex. And in fact, in this community, we do have people that are science oriented, so they can understand the concepts, but not necessarily the software development part of it. But yeah, I'm sure that there is a lot more to it. And again, I'm not taking it as you, or not again, I guess for the first time, I'm not taking it as you are stroking your own ego or anything like that. There really would be some amount of domain knowledge that would be needed for putting together what it sounds like you're putting together. And hello, Cool Burns, and thank you for the lurk, and thank you for the lurk, TBD. But yeah, feel free to bring up anything you want. If you have things that you want to share, Fridays are community days. And those are days where I invite anyone in the community to bring up conversations surrounding technology. If you just feel like you're not trying to ask for help because maybe you think that there wouldn't be anyone that would be able to fully understand what it is you're doing without an extensive discussion of the domain of what you're doing, you can at minimum share what it is that you have done and where you've gotten, and just to share it, not necessarily looking for input, not looking for advice, if it's just something you want to share. So that is available to you if you feel like it. Yeah, so this is the user management page that I was showing you guys a while ago. Okay, so regarding what we're doing today, as I mentioned before, we are the two things that I was trying to do yesterday. I wanted to fix the UI for the biota because it looks different than the rest of the UI. And the other thing was trying to get this lab data import utility into the application that we've been working on. So right now the lab data import utility is its own application, and users have to go to this application to upload data and then go to another application in order to process that data, which is kind of dumb. But the original application that we're working in didn't support anything like this. So the quick fix was to throw together a separate data import utility. So it's pretty much an ETL tool. And then have that feed into the main application. Then they go to the main application to do everything else they need to do with the data. So the thing that I ended up doing instead was I started on this dev area, I guess is what I'm going to call it. Oh, right. Dagnabbit. Yeah, we're going to have to make this, just because I like having the cancellation token at the end, we're going to have to make this optional, even though I wanted to force myself to use them every time. So I'm making this dev area so that I can do things like restore a TRN. So instead of needing to constantly go to the production data or production site and see if there are any TRNs that have not been processed yet, because I've already used up all of the ones that are in our test database, and then copying the production database over to test, I'm just going to make it to where I can push a button that says, for these already processed TRNs, undo everything so that they become import TRNs again, unprocessed TRNs. So that's what this page is going to be 4 or 5, and you are optional. Interesting. Cancellation token. Yeah, cancellation token. Okay, yeah, fine, good, wonderful, marvelous, fantastic. Null ability on reference types. What null ability on reference types? They should all be non-null. Oh, on the return type. Paying attention. Jan Oxen says, thanks for the reply. Wish everyone a nice day and successful coding. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Feel free to use us as a resource if you ever feel like it. And thank you for hanging out for as long as you did. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, so I wrote some notes so that I can remember what it is that I'm trying to do with this, not because I'm trying to comment my code in this way. It was because I was switching computers so that I can come over here and stream and stuff. So I needed to write everything down that I had in my mind, and we should be good to go. So let's do the thing. So the first thing that we want to do is get our DB context. So I like to put this in a try catch, and then I like to have and this is not as important because this is a dev only area, so I don't see myself using this in production or anything like that. There would be no dev roles assigned in production, essentially. But I still like having an iLogger factory. And what is this class? This is called dev service. Logger factory. Create and assign private field. Private read-only field at that. What? Why did you fully... Wait, what? Oh, iLogger factory cannot be used with type components. Yes. Yes, that's absolutely right. I thought you said iLover factory. Why not? Why not? iLover factory is the thing that I really wanted to make. And I'm just going to steal my normal catch, which is essentially check to see what type of exception we're getting. A lot of people do have the opinion that I should be catching specific exceptions and not a catch-all. However, I essentially am doing that with my typical way of handling the exceptions. I only handle the exceptions that I know are expected. And then I let everything else fall through as the exception itself. So let's just verify whether I'm telling the truth or not. That is client side. Don't give me client side stuff. Okay. Nope, I'm actually capturing it and not allowing the exception to raise. Man. Yes, and so because I'm already doing that, I'm going to follow that example and still do it. But I am logging the exception itself, which is good. So an error occurred while trying to while trying to retrieve the TRNs that can be restored. Crap. Trying to. And then I won't be able to do for lab lot. It'll be for the set. And then this will be the lab lot JSON. Class name, method name. So method is get restorable TRN IDs. And then system.json in the beginning. System.text.json is what I said. Test. Goodness me. JSON.json serializer dot serialize lab lots. What are you called? Exclamation point Archer Lee. Watch the master at work. Hello? Why did it work for everyone else? Hello? Because we have an exception suddenly. Cannot access a disposed object. Starting soon. What do you say? Are we disconnected from Twitch now? Yeah, we are. Mr. Falcon. It was working for everyone else before, and suddenly it just stops. Okay, Archerly bot, refresh, connect with Twitch. 1 million. Join channel, add. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, you should be able to do it now. Now. Right now. Tasty. Okay, I was trying to find the name of the parameter that we're passing it. Oh, I'm already on the other one. I'm on the post to do the actual restore. This is actually for lab. And this is just the lab. There we go. Okay, so that will, when we go to this page, we are going to get the list of TRNs as soon as I write the logic for it. And then there's the post. So we'll do one at a time. One at a time. So the logic I think is going to be, so the way that this works, weight using, dude. Thank you. The way that this works is that we are going to, or that this application, the RTRAC application, takes records that a lab provides and dumps them to an environmental database after doing a whole bunch of validation checks and consistency checks and making sure that records exist where they should exist and don't exist where they shouldn't. And so the final resting place for these records is going to be this chemrex table. Once the data is successfully moved into the chemrex table, the imported data, the temporary data that's being used in the application, gets pushed to another table as well called the archive table in the RTRAC database. So there are two databases that are at play here. And the thing that we want are all of the records that are in this chemrex table that also exist in the archive table, so that with those two sets of records, we can piece together the original imported TRN. And then we have those available in the app to test on. So in order to do that, we just need to make sure that we get the list of chemrec records, chemrec labs, and I need to make sure that I query for enough of them that, oh man, this is gonna be, oh, why did I put a pager on here? My thought was that I would use a pager so that I could, if I wanted to, get more than just the most recent 10 records. But again, this is a dev tool, and I don't think I'm gonna need more than 10 at a time. So I don't really want to put a pager on this because that complicates things. I'm doing a query in one table for a whole bunch of records, and then in another database, I'm going to do another query for another table for a whole bunch of records, and then ordered in a similar way. And then I'm going to find the matching sets of records that exist in both, and then I need the top X of those after skipping page times page size, which I don't even have a page size in here. So yeah, we aren't doing pager. That's the end of it. So I have said. Your move. Which means that the cancellation token no longer has to be optional. Aha. And therefore, we will force you to need a cancellation token if you're going to use this method. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so continuing on with that thought, how many records should I choose from the RMAED database, that chemrex table? The point should be that anything that exists in the RMAED table will also exist in the archive TRN. There's no way that data could have gotten into the into that chemrec table without first having gone through this TBL imported TRN record check process and then ultimately dumped into that chemrec table by creating that archive entry. Since it must exist in the, well, yeah, I mean, either way, like, it's entirely possible that I could have cloned the RTRAC database from production without having cloned the ARM-AED database. So what I would really like to do instead, in order to get back the fewest amount of records, I'm still going to query for top, let's say 1,000 records, but I am going to query for top 1,000 distinct lab lot records. Yeah, so let's try that. So var chemrec records. Oh, wait, I don't think it's called chemrecs. Like, my object names for my entity framework context are still the same as the table names, and the tables were created a million billion years ago. So you're gonna see stuff like non-C# naming convention following properties. So for example, this chemrec, I know that I can declare this class and the property as whatever name I want to give it as the proper name. But this was all reverse scaffolded. So it's really, really difficult for me to want to go into the database and make the changes for all of the DB set properties on the DB context, as well as all of the class names, and then mapping them to the correct tables and stuff. I have done that for any new databases that I'm creating, but for all of the existing ones and for the ones that already have applications accessing it, it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of other work to be done. This is lowercase l, laboratory. I don't think we need status. Thank you, Copilot, but no thanks. Okay, and then the lab and the lot. And the thing that we want from this is the distinct combination of lab lot. The problem is going to be that I need this to be a struct, or I should be able to distinct by. I should be able to distinct by, and we'll be fine. Okay, so that gives us, oh, and then we are going to take 1,000 of those only. So we're going to take the top 1,000 lab lot combinations. Then we're going to take the top 1,000 lab lot combinations from TBL imported or TBL archive TRN. Then we're going to union them and take the top 10 of those. I also need to order this. Crap, I need to order it before I select. Is distincting is distincting going to reorder is my question. I don't know. Order by descending. And so the thing that I should be able to rely on is the ID, where the most recent ID will be at the top, will be the highest number. Distincting. Okay, so yes, are you going to follow my pattern that I did before? No, of course not. Why would you do that? There is going to be an issue where our RMAED lab needs to be 3 characters, and the last character should be an underscore. Or I guess not should be. If there are only 2 characters, then we populate the last character with an underscore. Let's verify that that's correct, though. We're going to take the top 1,000 from my dev database. RMAED, CamRec. You there. Foo data. Laboratory. Yeah. So it's going to be the lab code. Well, again, we need to make sure that this is what we're doing as of most recently. So this is essentially the query that we're doing. We are selecting the top 1,000 ordered by ID descending, which also might not give us 10. That might not necessarily give us 10 distinct. Oh, except that we're taking the top 1,000 after we do distinct, so never mind. Yeah, let's write out this query. Let's just let's verify that this query is working the way that I think it's going to work. Right click on the database, new query, and we're going to select top 1,000 lab lot. I'm going to assume this is how, or laboratory lot number, laboratory lot. No, don't mind my capitalizations. These are completely incorrect. DBO CamRec. Where lab. It is laboratory. Dagnabbit. Laboratory is equal to AR underscore. Oh, wait a minute. This is where I think the issue is going to happen. So I'm selecting the top. Oh, I guess I can do it this way. I think I can do it this way. I was going to do a subquery, which is what I think Entity Framework is going to change this to. So instead of from ChemRec directly, it's going to be from select distinct lab lot number from ChemRec. Where laboratory is like AR underscore, no, is equal to AR underscore order by ID descending. So this is going to be the subquery. What is up with this tab spacing? As CR, as lab lot. As LL Cool J. And then we're going to select the top 1,000 of those. So that's the query that I think it's going to do. And it says order by is going to be invalid in a subquery. That's what I was afraid of. So we're going to do it the other way anyway. Which is just select distinct lab lot top 1,000 order by. Oh, keep the where. Okay, what do you say? Invalid column, laboratory. Right. There's an issue with the RMAED database. And that is that its collation is case sensitive. And LL is no longer defined. Come on, kid. Yeah, an order by must appear in the list if select distinct is specified. Dagnabbit. How am I going to do this? Order by is not valid in a subquery, and we can't do an order by with a distinct. I don't know how, well, yes, I do. I know how I'm going to test it. What am I thinking? We'll let Entity Framework create it, and then we'll just debug the query itself. But the point is that I was verifying that the laboratory is the 3-character in ChemRec, and then it's going to be 2 characters in the RTRAC database, which is so dumb. So dumb. So our adjusted lab and adjusted lot are going to be for lab equals for lab for lab 0 2. Is this the ending index non-inclusive? I'm gonna let it tell me. 0 2 characters, 2 upper invariant, because again, the RMAED database is collated case sensitive. So frustrating. And then var RMAED lab is going to be for lab. Oh, let's just do it this way. Oh my gosh. No, not assuming anything. We don't need to assume anything. Thank you, though. I appreciate your candor. Why are you suddenly angry? Are you left over from something else? Optional parameters. Oh, right. The lab is still an optional parameter. Dag nabbit. What if I just made the lab not optional? Let's just do that. I don't want to make the cancellation token optional for myself, because I have a bad habit of just being like, yeah, for my API calls, I'm just doing the HTTP request without having a cancellation token. Even though the user may navigate away from the page before it's done querying. I don't want to keep that habit. So I'm forcing myself to provide the cancellation token with any new methods that I'm adding. So I'm not going back and adjusting the existing methods and services yet, because again, another massive effort. There are a lot of moving parts and pieces, and we have other priorities at the moment. Yes. Okay, so it's, yeah, okay. 0 through 2, or just ... 2. It's just weird. Is this really the integer, the index? And if it is the index, is it non-inclusive? Guess we're gonna find out, aren't we? Okay, so where lab is equal to the RMAED lab, and then this is where lab is equal to the for lab. We don't need status sources. And now we have our distinct lab and lots. And again, we're only going to take top 1000, top P, and we also need to order you. Why aren't you keeping my order rings? TRN ID. Okay. Then we're going to union the 2 results together. So var results, restorable TRNs equals chemrec records.union archive TRN records. Sure, let's list it after that. And then we're going to take the top 10 of those. And I guess we can assign that directly to our data, our return object. So retresp, is that what I called it? Retresp, return object. And I also, like, I don't know if this is normal, but I keep a record count property on my return object. So the way that I do my HTTP requests in my service classes is that I always return, well, you won't see that everywhere in this app because I was doing a different approach at the time, but I always return a response model. And that response model at minimum has a list of errors, if there are any errors, list of info messages, list of exceptions, validation failures. And if errors, exceptions, or validation failures have items in it, then the entire response is counted as an error. But then I keep the record count as well of the number of affected records. So if I'm doing a put, then it's the number of records that were updated with that put operation. If I'm doing a get, then it's the number of records that were retrieved in that get operation. If I'm doing a post, the number of affected records, obviously. And then I'm gonna try using put as my create and patch as my update. But again, that's another one where it's like it's another really big effort, because up until this point I've been using post as my create and put as my updates in all of the applications until I saw World Anvil's API, and they were like, we're going to use patch for updates and put for new records. I'm like, that makes sense to me. I like that pattern. I want to adopt that pattern. And then post then is freed up to be used for things like gets that have a request body, essentially. Yeah, and other kinds of operations that are being done on the server that aren't creating or updating records. Like search. Like search. Also, like search. And did I mention like search? Okay, so what I wanted to do, as I mentioned before, was to find out, oh, right. I'm gonna leave it as .toList. I love using the new collection expressions, the collection initialization syntax, but it's not used anywhere else in this application, and I want to do it all at once when I do update it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to pause just, oh, right. If I want to do this the way that I want to do it, then I'm not gonna have to do this. I need to split this up into the query part and the execution part. That's exactly what I was thinking. How'd you know? You are like a mind reader. What are those called? Clairvoyant. You're like a clairvoyant. You just knew. Okay, so I want to inspect this actual query that's going to be generated by Entity Framework. Oh, dang it. There is one more optimization that I'm going to do for this, which is just to do as no tracking, because we aren't trying to keep these records in a way where I'm going clairvoyant. I used to go to school with a clairvoyant, which was probably pronounced clairvoyant. Clairvoyant. Maybe I can do a hot reload on this and it'll be fun. That's right, I know French. As no tracking. So this is just making it to where it's a query only. It's not setting up all of the overhead for making sure we keep track of any changes to any of the records that I'm querying for. Speaking of French, shout out to TBD Gamer. So there was a shout out for Big Amy earlier and a shout out for TBD Gamer earlier, because Dugasoft is amazing, and Captain Commerce, and nope, that's everyone. So Big Gamey is an amazing game developer, very, very awesome to hang out with. He's got a great personality. His stream has so much interactivity, so much chaos at times, but it's still a good stream to be at. It's still amazing. For those of you that do relish in chaos, you'll enjoy that part of it. For those of you that enjoy the vibe, I use the word, but I'm using it my way. I'm taking back that word, dagnabbit. That enjoy that kind of atmosphere. No, I didn't hit the breakpoint. I did get TRNs back though. Not 10 of them. Why didn't I get 10 back? Right. Maybe. Confusing. Yeah, it's good by itself. But he just has I don't know. Nothing else to say, but I love Big Gamey streams. He's just a fantastic person. So check him out. He does on occasion do game development. He also does a lot of overlay and bot work on his stream to make it more interactive and more fun. And yeah, just enjoy yourself there. Have a great time. I know exactly what's happening here is, one, I have not even set up the dev service that I just created earlier today for dependency injection. And two, I'm not even using the dev service in the page to get that list of TRNs that you just saw. So a TRN in this application is just a combination of laboratory code and lock code for a sample record. Wow. Don't throw technical jargon at me, mother trucking piece of lily. I don't know what else. So I need to go to the page, which is here. I need to go to the code behind for the page, which is here. There you go. Good job. No, I need to go to the... We don't need this. I need to go to the bathroom. No, not yet. I need to go to the extension methods for the services so that I can add the dev service. Yes. Go brain. Not chemistry service. Nice try. Dev service. Okay? Okay. And then the client-side implementation of the dev service in this library, and then the server-side implementation of the dev service in this library. And that way, when we're running in Blazor WebAssembly, we'll use the dev version or the client version of the dev service, which will do a HTTP request to a controller API backend. And then that API controller backend is the one that will use the server-side implementation. Or if we're running in Blazor server only, or server pre-rendered or whatever, then we will inject the dev service that is the server implementation, which is the one that does the actual DB query that you saw me just write. That you saw Copilot just write. I'm still not using it. I'm trying to run the application already. I'm like, hey, I did the DI. No, we actually need to get that service here while I'm waiting for it to run. Stop. Inject, allow null, not full page loader service. Nice try. Where are you even getting these from? Those don't exist, dear sir or madman. We want the dev service, please. We don't want the TRN service, although what I'm going to do is rename the TRN service to dev service, which is going to collide, but every reference to TRN service will now say dev service, which is good because our initial getter is get the lab lots list, and for us that is going to be get restorable TRN IDs for lab user state.active lab. And the cancellation token, because I told myself I am going to force myself to use a flippin' cancellation token. Private cancellation token source, CTS. I'm going to make it null, nullable. And then when we do our get lab lot list, we are going to first cancel the existing request, create a new one, and then assign that token to a variable that we keep here so that we can provide it through to the actual method. And we should be implementing iDisposable. How are you managing state? So I have these classes. Now, I've been using interfaces in my more recent versions of this. Remember that the last time that I was trying to do this was back in 2022 before I established a lot of these methodologies that I'm currently using. 200 IQ rename? What does that mean? So I have just these classes that I create that I inject as scoped is how I inject them. And they all inherit from base management, and base management is just a simple, you get to be notified of any property changes. Now, my newer base management also implements I notify property changed and I notify property changing, and those are built in, but they also allow for when you create a new state class to add your own events for this specific property type is changing. So for example, dark mode in this application in UI state has a on dark mode change, notify, nope, that's notify state changed, notify dark mode change. So it has a public event action on dark mode change, and that gets fired when we call this method to notify dark mode change. I prefer having these as functions of task. And that way I can have a whole bunch of my callbacks can be tasks. They can be asynchronous. But again, at this time, I hadn't established that methodology. I'm not going to change it at the moment because it's used everywhere and I'd have to do a lot of updates. But in short, I just have domain specific states or even page specific states if I am going to do that. There is also another technique that I use for temporary states, which are taking advantage of cascading parameters, but still using a state class. So anything that is a reorderable list, for example, would have a cascading parameter of the state for that reorderable list. And that way the component itself has the state, and then any child components that it has will also carry through the same state. And if I have multiple reorderable lists on the same page, they all contain their own state. They all manage their own state. But there are application-wide stuff that I do, which is just services.add scoped UI state, and then the implementation. In this case, I didn't create the interfaces, but I would normally have interfaces. I hope that answers. And Scott says, you renaming TRN service to dev service. Yeah, but what does 200 IQ mean? I understand 200 IQ because my IQ is too low. Because we mess with you low. Oh, it means it was a smart move. Interfaces. Obsolete. In this case, we don't care about the selected role. So I am removing that from my query. Why aren't you giving me an error? Oh, because I made sure that the closing curly or closing parent is there. Closing bracket for those of you that are from Europe. Which means we don't need this anymore. Okay, okay, okay. So I should have an error because the actual thing that it does when I click the button is incorrect. The thing that it should do is, I think I might actually be able to use the record check request model for this. So I don't have to go and create a whole bunch of extra models. No, it's just going to be a list of lab lot. That's what it is. Yeah, it's only going to be a list of lab lot. But point is that this is going to need to be updated. Or let me at least get the method in here. There's some kind of chicken in the toaster oven. Change. And then I need the actual list of lab lots, which we'll do in a second. I haven't even implemented this on the server yet, so we aren't going to have that functional yet. I just want to clear the error. It does implement iDisposable. I thought we saw that it didn't implement iDisposable. Is it because I put it here? No. That was very weird. I have a public void dispose, but I didn't have this thing implementing iDisposable yet. Odd. Okay. And the reason that I'm doing this is so that we can cancel any requests that were going on. If we are disposing this object, that means that whatever operation we were trying to do should not be done, should not be completed. So let's cancel it. Let's dispose the token. Let's set it to null and then unregister from the other events that we were listening to or for. Okay. So now we should be able to hit this breakpoint and find out what the query is that Entity Framework is going to use for this thing that shouldn't be a complex query, but it kind of is. I mean, it's just take the top 1,000 distinct lab lots ordered by ID descending. That's how we would say it in English. Top 1,000 distinct lab lots. Breakpoint, please. Breakpoint, please. Break point, please. Hello? Hello? Sir? Miss? I just want to talk. I just want to talk. I just need to borrow your clothes. Come on. Come on. It's going to time out. Why are you going to time out? That makes no sense. Did you even do the HTTP request? At least. Oops. I mean, it's here, which means that it's going to do the HTTP request. Right? Right? So if we go into network and we look here, then here is our HTTP request. And it says 400 bad requests. There is oh. I'm providing some query string parameters that are no longer there. I know. Wait, I took them off. What do you mean? What do you mean? There shouldn't be anything that's giving me a bad request response. I just took like 20 minutes saying that I only ever return okay. HTTP get. You mean you? Yule. You have to say it with a deep guttural sound. Okay, what happened that made you return a bad request when the only thing you should ever be able to return is 200? Okay. I need to be in the correct role. That would give me a 401, unauthorized 401. HTTP status 401. Yeah, unauthorized. If I didn't have the role, but I do have the role, it would give me a 404 if I was trying to go to the wrong endpoint, and it would give me a 400 bad request if I was providing query string parameters that should not be provided. But I'm providing correct query string parameters. Cue deep guttural sound. You mean you, mean you, mean you. I don't know if I can do TTS like that. Like pretty much every single one of your chats are TTS because they try to read everything out loud just in case there's someone that is not paying attention to the screen or chat and wants to hear the conversation. You mean you, mean you, mean you, mean you. Speaking of great sound, you know, I haven't been doing music lately. It's kind of sad. I showed off the World Anvil stuff because that is where my excitement currently is. And I wanted to do it on the One Line Creative channel, but at the same time, it's like I've only been doing music on there. Well, why can't I watch? Unable to get properties for scope. Unable to get your mom for scope. But like I was super duper excited with composing, with producing, doing all the things music related. I just it fell away once I started getting back to writing. Once I started getting back to the story. But I still have the keyboard right here. I have a machine micro. I have a tractor that I'm not going to use, tractor control. And I have a Focusrite. And I still want to. I still very, very much want to. President Not Sure said, I'm doing a lot of music practice, bass and piano, now that we have an electric piano. Awesome. Congratulations. President Not Sure said, I would win the award for most boring stream if I ever did that. I doubt it. I doubt it. Are you missing a from query in front of for lab? It's implied. I can add it though. I can add it. That would be in the controller. So the order that the API controller will look for query string parameters, or for what the parameters are, depend on is it primitive slash string slash date time. Then first look for it in the query string. If it's a complex object, then look for it in the body. And then I don't know where else it would get the stuff from, but I am absolutely okay with adding it though. I want to test it. Faux show. And it is API slash dev slash TRNs for restore, which I copied and I pasted into this multiple times. API slash dev slash TRNs for restore question mark lab for lab. This is why it's so good to be able to talk with you guys about this, to say this stuff out loud, because you have me essentially go back and look at it again, which is so beneficial. And then when I do, and I'm reading it out loud and I'm comparing the two and trying to spot the difference, then it's like, otherwise I'd probably spend the next 2 hours just trying to find that one typo. Okay, what do you say now? There we go. We hit the controller, and now we're going to hit the server-side service. And we didn't hit the server-side service. Instead, we came back with an error. No, we didn't. There was just an async call because it happened twice because pre-render. This is another good reason for having a cancellation token. When you have pre-render on and it pre-renders the page and it does that query, and then it does the query again, it can cancel the previous one and get the second query. The smarter thing would be to check if there's already a request in progress and then skip it if there is already a request in progress. It happened to me this week as well, says Scott. President Not Sure said the thing about most boring, and then Dukasoff said, at least you'd get an award. Before this time's out, I'm sitting here staring at the screen with my just smug face. I needed the actual query. Error creating query. That's what I thought was going to happen. So I will bring up the error message that we got using not page. And that was that we can't we couldn't turn this link expression into a SQL query. And again, it doesn't seem like it should be that complex of a query. It is do this upfront query for selecting star from chemrec ordered by chemrec ID descending. But then we are trying to select the distinct lab lot. Maybe I can just use distinct, and it's the distinct by that's throwing it off. Because I'm creating an anonymous object to distinct by. And then the other thing that's going to happen is my union is not going to quite work because, again, these are object references. And I think that union will try to join the two lists by object reference as opposed to by distincting on lab and lot. So I really, really need this to be a record. Wait, it's IEquatable though. I implemented IEquatable, so it is going to work the way that it's supposed to. Right, I think we're okay. So distinct should work as expected. Man, all of these things were done a million years ago. President Not Sure was saying, in response to at least you'd get an award, my trophy case is full of those sorts of awards. You're so down on yourself. I bet you are an amazing. I bet you are a most amazing. Okay, can you turn this into a query now? Debug view? You can. All right. And it's a very easy query. But it's still not ordering by ID descending. This is not good. And then that one's going to error because I need to fix the distinct by. Okay, so tell me why. Oh, we lost context. Dag nabbit. We stepped into the catch. I should have inspected the actual lab lots that we got back to see if they were the most recent lab lots. That really bites. Oh. Yoza. I need a separate browser window. You have a description of the image before I click on it. And the relevance. Few people get me. I think you'd be one of them, fortunately. Aha. So we're, oh yeah. So moving distinct by earlier. Okay, let me make this beaker. So we do where, we do order by descending, and then we do distinct by next. The problem is I think it was having trouble using link to entities with distinct by. I think that the link to objects would work with distinct by. I want to try it though. Maybe I will try it. I'll find out what's going on with Epic Gaming, just not yet. Maybe I'll try it by creating a new lab lot item here to distinct by as opposed to an anonymous object. Yeah, let's give this a shot. And then everything else was the same. Kind of looks like it, yeah. Calm yourself, Dukasoft. Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Yay. $23 in me? What's on line 23? What did I break? Oops. 23 degrees Celsius. Pretty hot here today. Which is 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. That worked. That gave us a query. That's still not... Yeah, so it's still rendering the same query, which is super duper odd. And here is the query that it's rendering. I say rendering, but you know what I mean. It's translating the link to this query. It is setting our top P, or top K, I guess in this case. It's setting our top results to 1000. And then it's setting our lab code to AR underscore. And we are doing select top lab lot, not even I guess there's select distinct. Select distinct top 1000 lab lot from ChemRec, where the lab is the passed in lab. No order by still. So I honestly don't see an easy way. And I am thinking through a whole bunch of different combinations right now, but I don't see an easy way to be able to first sort by the IDs descending and then select the top 1,000 distinct lab lots without first grabbing a whole bunch of records from the ChemRec table. And we wouldn't necessarily know how many records we would need to get in order to get a minimum of 10 distinct lab lots. Interesting. Group by. That's exactly what I was trying to think of. Goodness. Why was that completely gone out of my brains? I've done this before, and group by, now that you've put this on there, group by is the thing that I have done it using. Goodness me. How could I forget? That was? I don't see group by. Oh, it was in the same chat response. Arigato. Okay, so yes, this group by is most likely going to do it. Thank you so much for that. You really don't have to like spend your time doing this, but I do greatly appreciate it. I am still going to group by lab lot item just because that gives me the equatable. Creating anonymous objects. What this tends to do is, or maybe it doesn't anymore. What I thought this tends to do is create object references. So every time we create a new lab lot, we are actually instantiating a new anonymous object with a lab of this and a lot of that. That is not a struct. It's a class. It's just a reference. But I think I'm wrong about that. I think in group by, I am actually creating... No, I just remember having to create a struct object for my group bys. Because anonymous objects were not distincting the objects. So I'm still going to do it this way. Do you think it's worth my time to try to do it as just an anonymous object? Or not worth my time. Do you think it's worth doing at all, just to experiment with it? Okay. Then we are selecting for the group.order by descending. The ID, just regular ID. Okay. First, so, dagnabbit. I just wanted to click back on the screen. Like, why did you even have a link at all? And you have projected to an anonymous object. All right, so yeah, let's see what happens to anonymous object. And we are getting first or default. I have no problem trying it. Not one. Especially since I can't fully remember whether or not it was Wyken. And then we have an issue because I don't like having warnings. You know, I do not like having warnings. But we do have an issue where it's possible for the first or default to give us a nullable. So I am going to change this to first only. So I would rather change this to first than to use a null forgiveness operator, because the logic will stand that if we are in a group, it will have at least one, result. Yeah, but this one is a navigation property though, isn't it? So that's different than the group itself. Yeah. But I would still like, just from TBD's perspective, he has had me thinking about this a little more, and what is the story my code would be telling here if I said first or default in a group by. That it's possible that a group that must have a lab and lot combination would have 0 items. And the answer to that is no, that group would not exist. So we're just going to get back first specifically. In that next one, queryable group by, yeah, cool, good. So this is still an iQueryable. This is an iQueryable, but is this linked to objects? Because this looks like you're projecting it to a DTO. Is this one, is this object here linked to entities? Is it a SQL query or an entity framework query, essentially? And also, I am adding to one of my internal apps. I'm all interrupting your typing, sorry. I'll tell you after you respond. An iQueryable of page view, but is page view a database entity or is it a POCO? Database entities can be POCOs. Is it a client side, or you know what I mean? Is it a specific object to your application, or is it an object in your database? An object that represents an entity in your database. Big Amy says, it's not a good day for pulling your bow out. Yeah. I did recently make a change, and apparently that change is causing an exception that I need to read in order to find out what's going on with it, but I'm not going to take time to do that now until I get this part solved. It's a domain model, database table, DBSet. Cool. So it's an entity. Huge. Googy. I mean, not that it matters. I was going to try this anyway. I was just very curious. Because I know that there are a lot of things that are going to work for link to objects as opposed to link to entities. Okay, so do we still get a query? Are you able to translate the link into a query? No. Because the given key, empty project member, was not present in the dictionary. Why are we looking for a key called empty project member? What even is that? So here is the message. Error creating query string. The given key, empty project member, was not present in the dictionary. And empty project member is... weird. Is there actually a record in the database where... no, that's not even possible. The length of the lab and the length of the lot would not allow a string that long. So the length of the lab is 3 characters, the max length of lab is 3 characters, max length of lot is 4 characters. Proof, chemrec table, columns. Laboratory is varchar 3, lot no is varchar 4. So there is no way for a string empty project member to exist in this group by as a key. Okay, well, just to try things, let's change this back to first or default. We'll let that be a warning for now, a nullable warning. And again, we are still using the anonymous object here, which is fine, should be fine. Okay, now that you aren't typing anything, I don't think, Scott, in one of my internal apps and one of my local network apps, I am adding a vector database just so that I can have richer search, because it's a whole bunch of messages that I will be searching the contents of. And on top of that, I am going to put an LLM, and I'm going to be using semantic kernel finally. I told you that one day I would do it, and that is going to be coming up soon. Yeah, same error. Same error. Dag nabbit. Okay, so my next test is going to be to make changes from an anonymous. Again, I believe you, 100% believe you that this can be an anonymous object that I am grouping by. I just want to see if I get the same error or a different error if I group by a typed object, a strongly typed object. Okay. Error creating string. So same issue. I have no idea. When will you do semantic kernel? So it's going to have to be after I come back from this trip. So next week, for anyone that wasn't here to hear it earlier, next week there will be no streams because I will be on a trip out west, out east somewhere. We'll probably get lost on the way there and then just never show up at the place. So we're taking a trip to visit family out east, and that's going to take up an entire week. And then I have no idea what I'm going to feel like when we get back home. So might even cancel streams for the next week as well. So at least 1 week of no streams for me after tomorrow. So tomorrow we're still doing community day. It's still in the plan. But tonight I'm going to continue working on that application. So Big Gamey. Tomorrow you might see a bigger, if you do stream tomorrow, no obligations or pressure in case you have something come up that prevents you from being able to stream. But if you do stream, and nothing gets in the way of that, I will probably be making a bigger wager so that I can get to 0 before I go. Just so you know. Because I have a goal. and that countdown timer is a very important countdown timer to me. Because once I reach 0, did you read my lips? Okay. Oh man, you actually have one for 10K. That's awesome. But yes, it'll be around 10K. Okay, so I'm still getting the same error. The error looks like this. I'm gonna do some internet searching, but it says empty project member name. there are no records in this database table that will say empty project member. Oh, I'm reading empty project member, empty projection member. So that's even more different because that has to do with the way that it's doing the group. So I'm going back to the anonymous version to match the recommendation here. And then, of course, to also match this one, where you are grouping on an anonymous object. Yeah, it's got to be the same, man. So group by anonymous object. Like, am I missing anything else up here? We're only filtering by the lab. We are grouping by the anonymous object, lab and lot. We are ordering by the ID for each group, descending, and then we are selecting the first item from each of the groups. And then we are projecting it to a new lab lot item. But for whatever reason, we are getting an empty projection group. Sadly, Lion doesn't have bit emojis, otherwise I'd flex that as well. I don't have a lot of stuff that streamers should have. That streamers are obligated to have that I'm not liking. Obligations surrounding. Link to entities, C# link to entities, empty projection member, group by. Oh, okay, so you think it's actually in this select here that it's happening? Entirely possible. Entirely possible. I'm still curious to know what it means. Here, where group by. That's a very, very interesting way to write a group by. Yeah, and then we are not going to materialize it before doing the projection. Or, you know what? In this case, since we only have one of each, we can materialize it, can't we? So, can you read my lips? Dude, I opened Firefox so that you would open there. So one of the fixes that I did for the microphone cutting out in Discord was I changed the output source. Excuse me. Pause. Man, I really don't want to use time on this. We're so close to getting this thing done. Okay, you need to output through... I don't know, what do I have you on? Settings. Audio. Device not connected or available. Let us do the Getting at it. Am I on myself? We're leaning the same way. Okay, so let's try this source. LG TV 4K. I don't know which one of the monitors this is though. That's the problem. So if I try playing, I have a goal. Cool, and that countdown timer is a very important countdown timer to me. Because once I reach 0, I Did you read my lips? What did he say? What did he say? Okay, so many people are having the exact same issue. Says Scott. The problem is that EF Core's query translator struggles with the possibility that first or default could return null if a group, and that's why I'm absolutely okay with having this be just first. Totally okay with this just being first. If a group were to be empty for some reason, first or default would yield a null result. When the next select statement tries to create a new lablot item from this potential null, the translator fails internally, leading to the cryptic empty projection member error. I mean, that's not what I said when my mic was muted, but that's fine. I still like, do I like this? I still like this possibility. I would like to try it. Oh yeah. I guess the thing that I was starting to say is by this point, we do have groups of lab lots. So I could just at this point take 1000 and then to list and then project. And I'm okay with that. We can find out if that's a thing too. So let's stop at this point. We are still gonna continue to test this to see if it works as is, but I think I like the idea of querying for these results right away. But this is essentially the exact same query. No, it's not, because this is going to change the type. And what type do we get back? Ignite it. Okay, hold on. Let's just let's let this happen first and test it out. See if this where is actually going to help us resolve this situation. I like it because it means that it's potentially not going to give us back anything that says empty results unless when it does this group by, no, when it does the select, it internally iterates through all of the groups and then at the very end does a check for a group that has that key so it can return that as well. If so, why would they do it in such a way that it would throw an exception? Like, it's supposed to be there. Why wouldn't they write it in a way that is a try get, for example? That makes no sense. Anyway, we're going to try it out. I am going to is all I have so far. Probably something like ban you from my stream. No, definitely not that. 9 thumbs up on this workaround. All right, well, let me try this one first, and then we will try that workaround. Okay, query. Debug, error creating the query, error empty projection. Okay, so the new possible workaround, east. Dagnabbit. I really don't like that it's a clickable link. Okay. Okay, all right, I see what they're doing then. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. And hello, Eliphaz. How are you doing? Or is it Eli? Welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. And thank you so much for the follow. So, what we are seeing here is that they are generating the syntax tree. I don't know what to call it. The iQueryable in one step. And then in the next step, they are turning that iQueryable into its SQL representation, because that part itself is fine. It's the part after it that has the issues. So let's give that a try. And the way that I'm going to do it, I'm still going to break it up into parts so that I can see what it's doing in between. And since this is going to end up being a different kind of queryable, then we are going to have a separate property. Anyway, I'm well, thanks. I want to know what the best resource to learn C# and .NET for you. So there wasn't a single one resource that I used when I was picking up C#. To give a very, very brief background, I had been doing a lot of VB in ASP Classic, as well as VBA for Microsoft Applications, so VB for Microsoft Applications. And I was very, very comfortable, and I loved VB. I really enjoyed that language quite a lot. Didn't have to worry about semicolons, didn't have to worry about curly braces. It just felt nice. And then when you created a variable and you created it somewhere else, anyway. So I liked VB. Then I was like, okay, I am starting to do work with things that require C#. So let's learn C#. And the way that I learned it was I did tutorial after tutorial, because there was a problem that I actually needed to solve. And so I was doing tutorials related to that problem. And then my approach for doing tutorials is I would read through the whole tutorial top to bottom. I wouldn't write a single piece of code or a single line of code. I would just read the entire tutorial. Then I would read through the tutorial again while typing it, while following the tutorial. Then I would try to do the tutorial on my own. And then if I got stuck, then I would look back at the tutorial for the next step. And I would keep doing that until I was able to do the entire tutorial without looking at it. And that's just my method for the way that I was able to learn C#, the way that I got comfortable with .NET. And then it was just a matter of doing .NET related things over and over and over. That might not work for you. That might not work for everyone. But it is an approach. Number 2. Okay, so we are going to see if splitting this up into the two queries, where this one is now going to be armad context database from SQL raw database. Oh no, the table itself, chmrec from SQL raw. And this dot to query string, which it's funny, to query string, to SQL query used to be a thing in old Entity Framework, and then they took it away in Entity Framework Core, and now it's back. What do you know? But yeah, definitely feel free to continue asking questions if you have any more, Eli. We have a whole bunch of really talented people in chat already that have experience with .NET. They can give you their own experiences with how they learn C# or some resources. Other resources that you might find, though, if you're more of a I like to watch videos, there are plenty on YouTube, but one of them is the beginner's guide. No. Introduction to C#. And anything that kind of indicates learn C# in 2 minutes is typically not going to be enough for your needs, I would assume. Wow, there's a Scott Hanselman one for 2 hours. That's 2 hours long. I would definitely recommend Scott Hanselman. I haven't viewed this one, so I don't know whether it is good or not, but Scott Hanselman is a fantastic resource to have teach you anything. Fundamentals, goodness me. But I have watched this one, and I can definitely recommend it. It is an 8-hour course on teaching you the beginnings of C#, how to do variable declarations, just all of the basics of C#, all the way up through writing an application. So can recommend this. There's a new to me at least, course on Free Code Camp. Free Code Camp also has a free certification course for C# for the language. What else? Dukasoft posted the Microsoft Learn stuff, which is also a great resource. But again, it's up to you. Like, what is your learning style? Do you like to watch videos about it? Do you like to engage and have hands-on tutorials? Do you like to read? Thank you, Dukasoft. You're the best. Yeah. Like, I've never watched it, like I said, but I'm sure it's good. President Not Sure said, I would start with the Scott Hanselman video first. If you want a YouTube video, I would start with learn.microsoft.com before even YouTube videos. So yeah, I hope these resources are good. If you want, you can hop into our Discord. There are a few other resources that might be listed in, oh, right. Flippin' bot. I don't have time for you, bot. I don't want to make time for you is what I really mean to say. I do have time for you. Okay, so we know what this error is. I need this error somewhere so that I can get to it. System.timers.timer is disposed at some point in time, and it should not be. Not until the page gets disposed. Thanks, Dukasoft. All right, I restarted the bot. Dark screen because I didn't feel like going into studio mode. Back to desktop. Connect with Twitch. Join the channel. Okay, so you get one archery attempt before you break the bot, BitGamey. What I think is happening is... No, I don't even know what's happening. Not even going to bother with it at the moment. Okay, and Dukasoft already posted the Discord link, but the Discord is quiet. We don't have a lot of very active people. But when you do ask a question, you typically will, at minimum, get me responding to you saying, can you provide more information? Here's my thoughts on it. Or don't really have the time to respond fully at the moment. Here's some quick thoughts. Hopefully someone will be able to respond. But the thing that won't happen is that you will get berated for asking a question, especially things like you're asking it the wrong way, or I don't know, whatever other dumb things happen on those other sites. Oh, I didn't see how close you were that time. I bet you were just like millimeter away. Man, he's shooting hard too. He's like, we're going to get this. We're going to get the maximum airtime points. Oh my gosh, that's so close. Come on. Come on. And then it quit before it finished. I know what that is. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I don't want to... Let me figure out this issue first, and then I'll fix that. It loaded. Am I getting too high a score? It's got to be what it is. All right, so chemrec2, error creating query. Because from SQL was created with a non-composable query string. What? Come on. Okay, so one of the major issues with this two query string is that the way that Entity Framework translates link to query is as a transaction, or whatever this is called. The thing where you declare variables and then you have your select and all of that stuff. But the point is that the original query, the one that is causing the next part of the query to be stuck, is you know what, let's move this here, is definitely compiling. It's definitely getting turned into link. All right, McNuts, thank you so much for being here. Enjoy, have fun, do your best, get 100 on your test. So this is definitely translating correctly. The thing that is not translating correctly is the projection after it. I'm thinking that the where that I had earlier is causing one of the issues, because the example that Scott provided did not have a where in with the group by stuff. The where is happening in the next part after translating it into a query string. So let's see if that works. The other thing that I'm not seeing is that the group by is not an anonymous object either in this case. Oh, and that just showed me something else that we were going to run into had I not continued the code there. At the very end, I am throwing new not implemented exception instead of returning retresp. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, so at least we fixed that before it happened. Okay, after I do the login, I'm going to try to do the fix that I think the fix is. That is for arrow flight animation. Here it is. Okay, so let's change you back to what you were before. And then restart the bot. Okay, Big Amy, after I restart the bot, if you feel like it, then I'll ask you to try the archery again. Otherwise, I'll just try it myself. Okay. Stop. Connect. Bot's currently joining the channel. All right. And connected. Okay, so if you feel like it, go ahead and give the archery game a try again. And what I think was happening is that when it was doing the delay so that it can synchronize the sound correctly, the timer had already kicked off for the animation, and so the animation would end before we even have the timer to finish for the last sound. And then the timer would be disposed before we were actually done using it. I didn't do the thing. Are you gonna actually step though, or you just done with me? Okay. And any exceptions after this shot? So it's still not launching the arrow. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so it's still launching the arrow right away, and no exceptions this time, so you should be able to continue playing. All right, cool. So what I was trying to do was delay the sound of the arrow hitting the target if it actually does hit the target. And the way that I was doing that is by telling it to delay the duration of the animation. But unfortunately, that is incorrect. All right, so we are checking to see if chemrec records query.toQueryString is providing a query that can be used in from SQL Raw. It looks like it can, because the toQueryString does not have the parameter. It is actually just the query itself. So this is a good sign, where it is select from, no where. Oh, and the reason that it doesn't have a parameter is because I didn't put the where in there. That's got to be one of the major situations going on. Right? Right. So chem records query 2 should be composable. Not composable. And it is. Okay. All right. We're getting somewhere. We have our where the laboratory is this, and we are selecting the top, distinct top 1000 lab lot from that subquery, which then means this will give us back records. Although we're going to hit the exception because the task is canceled because we're doing a HTTP request and I'm stepping through it very, very slowly. So let's get there a little quicker. Do it. Wow. Okay, so last time it wasn't that it was failing or that it was frozen. This is how long the query is actually taking. And I think it's because the subqueries are actually pulling back all of the records, but we are getting back 1,000 records, and it is 1,000 lab lot items, which is perfect. But at this point, we don't need 1,000 at this point. So yeah, the problem is that it's too slow, and we can run the actual rendered query. I keep calling it rendered. I hope that's okay. We can run the rendered query ourselves to see if it really would be that long in production. New query. Yeah. Like even that delay there was a bit longer than I would want to wait for the data. It does get faster with each consecutive run, which you would expect. President Not Sure says, I'm okay with rendered query. Yeah, I think the official term is translated link, but yeah. Rendered query works for me. It's just that this table, so this is probably where the issue is. This would work on a moderately sized table at a decent pace, at a decent time, but select count star from ChemRec. But there are 6,890,497 records in this table. Counted that right? Right? Yeah. And so doing a distinct on lab and lot Yeah, I think what it's doing is that it has to do the distinct on all of the records first. So here's one approach that I think I'm going to try, which is to select the top. Man, it's just going to be really, really tough to know what a good number is because there's anywhere between 1 record and 10. What is the max number of records? You know what? We should be able to find that out. Do I still have a query window open? Do I have to open a new one? I keep closing it. Why do I keep closing it? New query. And this is going to take a little bit to run. We're going to select laboratory plus space lot no. Count star from ChemRec group by laboratory plus lot no order by count star. Okay, what do you say? That didn't take long at all. Wow, that's wild. I was not expecting that. So this table is showing me that there's potentially 900. Well, no. Let me find a lab lot that would be more representative. No, that's still surprising. 740 sample records for a lab lot. Is that true? Select star from ChemRec where laboratory equals AR underscore and lot no. Oh, count star. And lot no equals amazing. Huh? Column chemrec.id is invalid in the selected list because it's contained. I'm not aggregating anything. What are you telling me? Oh, because of the count? Whatever. It's going to give me the count when we do this. So 740. What? That is absolutely surprising. I did do count star comma star. So I just wanted the, well, I guess this would give me the count of each record. So it's fine. It's fine. Oh, remove the comma star. Yeah, it's fine. It gave me the number. There's 740 records in this TRN, in this lab lot. That is very surprising. That does not seem right. Yeah. If I only wanted the count back, but I did want the data back too, because I wanted to see what the records actually are. And it's because there are, yeah, there's only 10. What are these called? This is a single table. There is no join. And they all are distinct records. There are 10, whatever these are called, analysis numbers. And I'm going to assume that there are 74 records per. So if we're at 740, yeah. And this is 667, that would be 74. There are 74 sample result records. Per analysis. So those numbers that were in the hundreds of thousands or in the teens of thousands could be actually representative of this. Oops. Probably should have only asked for. Okay. Yeah, these are so much smaller. Except for AOFL. That one looked pretty big. Goodness me, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. Select. I honestly don't know how many to query for. So what my thought here was that I would query for the top X number of records before doing the select distinct, or the dot distinct on them. Actually, before doing this select here. Keeping that select. So at this point here is where I would do the take some number to list it and then distinct. Which also means another to list. Which I don't need to do. You can stay in IEnumerable at this point. It's just materializing the query's results that needs to happen at this step. We'll see if this goes any faster. If it does, I'm gonna call it good. We'll fix the TBL archive TRN to make it look just like this one, so we don't have the same errors. It does. It absolutely does. But I was saying that I think that this is what's causing it to go slower when it's on the link to entities. And so I want to do it on link to objects after we've queried for all 10,000 lab lot records. Because I think querying for the top 10,000 records is going to go faster. Speaking of, where's my order by? Oh, right here. Oh. Which I still need to order by at this point. To preserve ordering. Because who knows what's going to happen to the ordering after I select the first one in each of these. We don't need to save the query. That's probably why I keep closing it. Like, this would be fine if there weren't 6 million, almost 7 million records in this table. And it had proper indexing. That would be the other good thing. If I had better indexing on this table, come on. I do have indexing on laboratory and lot number, but I don't have an index on lab lot, which would be more beneficial. Yeah, this is where the person that came in earlier that was asking about getting tired of coding, this is the type of frustrating part of the coding that can occur where it's like, I just want this query to work. Why isn't it working? It makes sense in my head. Why isn't it translating to, why is this platform preventing me from being able to do this successfully in an efficient manner? My brain says it's supposed to. And then it eventually does work. You try something else, and then you try something else, and it's fun for me. It's like, oh, puzzly. How do you add an index? I would do mine through Entity Framework. So when you are configuring the table, yeah, that's still a long time. And again, we do have a lot of debugging attached to this. And that could be one of the sources of it taking forever. But yeah, so in the migration, or not in the migration, in the DB context, when you do the Fluent navigation, or you can even do it using, I said Fluent navigation, Fluent API for configuring your tables. No, I definitely have as no track. I don't have as no tracking on the second query. You can't do as no tracking in from SQL raw. In that order, but you can do it in the opposite order. What? Yes, we're getting there, Dukasoft. So in the DB context, you can do it there. If you don't want to specify in your DB context and you're more comfortable working directly in your database, then there is a SQL command that is create index on, and then you tell it whether you want it to be clustered or unique or whatever else you want to do on the index. But yeah, mine is definitely in migration builder. So on model creating, I think, is the method that is in the DB context class. On model creating, you get a migration or a model builder, and then model builder dot entity of whatever the table is dot index. Has index is the name of it. Yeah, I prefer not using data annotations, which is the second one that I was trying to get to. I definitely prefer the Fluent API approach. I was just wondering if this one has the Fluent API approach. Yeah. So if you wanted to, you can switch to Fluent API, and it is this line here. Or this line here if you want it to be a multi-part index. And Dukasoft is like, it's right there. There's a button. Just push the button. Absolutely right. I think I waited too long and it's going to time out. Summona. All right. How long do you take? Dang, that's still long. Goodness me. If they were in the same database, then I'd be able to do a join. I also don't have the databases trusting each other. The way that the two databases could communicate, or yeah, I don't have the databases trusting each other, but the way that they communicate with each other is through stored procedures that they can call on the other database. That's the only mechanism for one database context even to communicate with the other database. So in RTRAC, it accesses data directly from RMAED in the stored procedures, but I would not be able to do, no, that's a lie. I have a view. This is a case where I think I might want to create a view specifically for this purpose. Because I could do a join on the two tables that I am concerned with within that view, even though they're in two different databases. So I'm pretty sure the two databases do trust each other for views. Dukasoft is viewing how to create a view now. Well, let's do it. Let's see if we can come up with a view. I'll do it as a entity framework migration. We're gonna essentially get the rendered query from this, and then we're gonna see how long it takes to run on the database itself. Let me set my secrets first to dev, to point to dev. So we do it only in dev. And we'll create a branch in Everfin. manage user cigarettes. DB context is currently pointing to dev. It was already pointing to dev by default. Okay, so this is how I manage our databases. I'm trying not to do too much work on the databases yet. I really want that to be one big effort when there is time. Right now, the applications are the most important thing for the organization. So that's what I've been focusing most of my time on, especially this lab data upload stuff. So I want to get that done as quickly as possible. But I have a separate solution that contains the DB context, the migrations project, and the models all in one place because I have multiple databases that I manage, and some of the databases are accessed by multiple applications. So I turn them into NuGet packages that can just be added to an application if that application needs access to this particular database. So I always work in branches. Usually I would create an issue and then call this the name of that issue and all that stuff, but I'm skipping all that. As a solo developer, I have the freedom to do that. If I were working on a team, I would make sure to do it with that approach. First, create a work item, name my branch something related to that work item, like task 155930 dash, backslash. You can't use backslashes when you create a branch here, but you can use backslashes when you create or forward slashes when you create a branch in GitHub. Weird, very weird. Anyway, I would call it that, but because I haven't created a work item, I'm just going to call it restorable TRNs list. What am I doing? I was trying to name the actual object, the actual view. Add restorable TRN view is the name of the branch. So in order to create a view, you don't need to, you don't have to do a migration. You could just create the object that will get populated by the view itself when you do the query. And then you could go directly to SQL and populate the view. It's not the same as creating a table or an entity, where once you do that in the DB context, why do I have an empty folder? Once you do that in the DB context, it actually updates the snapshot. Creating a view, creating a stored procedure does not update the snapshot. So you don't need to do it. However, I prefer still documenting my view creation in the up and down of a migration. So that's what we're going to do right now together. So I'm creating a new class, and that class is going to be called restorable TRNs. Restorable TRNs. Restorable TRNs. Restorable TRN. So I like to keep my class names singular and then the properties for them in the DB context plural. My preference, I think there is some naming convention that is standard practice by now. I don't know what it is because it's gone back and forth so many times. Okay, this is going to be a public partial class. And we will map this to a view in a second. I'm going to do that through Fluent UI, but if we wanted to, we could do it using data annotations. To view, I think it's to view. View. Is to table a thing? Okay, view, just view. No, I don't know what the data annotation is because I don't use data annotations really. Data annotations are great if you are using the object itself in forms, in validation. It's cool if you are using it for that inside of a UI. It still does validation in the DB context, even if you use Fluent API. So Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is just going to give me back a list of lab and lots, a list of TRNs that can be restored. So, yeah. I think, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to do it all in Fluent API. I'm Dad, so I use data annotations. I'm trying to say data more often just so I don't get pestered. Public string lab get set public string lot get set. And this looks almost exactly like our whatever it's called, lab lot item, where it's just the lab and lot. It's just the lab lot item has a couple of other helper properties for printing it out and displaying it in the UI and all that stuff. Okay, so I created the view. Now, how do we make this view a thing in the DB context? We jump over to the DB context, add it as a DB set. And as you can see, I alphabetize my DB sets. Why isn't prelim alphabetized? Public virtual DB set. And when you are using later versions of .NET, the framework, when you're using later versions of .NET, you may have nullability turned on, in which case you would either choose at the end of setting this up, restorable TRNs, get set. You would either choose to use this syntax or null bang. I don't like that anymore. Ever since Scott showed me, there is this thing called allow null, which means that you personally know this is never going to be null when you access it. And you don't want to be pestered by the editor, by the IDE saying, this is not initialized by the time you exit. The other thing you could do is just initialize it to, oh, I don't have the right version of .NET or C#. I don't think. I'm pretty sure that you can initialize it like this as well. Not 100% sure on that. I would want to use a later version of .NET to find out. Okay, so anyway, we created the property for it so that it appears when you do dbcontext dot. And now we need to configure it in the onModel creating, the same place that I told Dukasoft, this is where you would do your indexes and all that stuff. And we can already see it's giving away the ending. Come on, guys. Don't spoiler the movie. Model builder entity, excuse me, entity, and then the name of our view, which is our restorable TRN. And I'm not thinking too hard about the name of this table, this view. It's probably a bad idea that I'm not thinking too hard. I'm going to want to change it. E to the 2i pi, not this file. No. This is a DB context file. I know that that's a thing that you're taught to say whenever you see large files. And I see the trolley face, but I treat everything as worth responding to. Teachable moments, as Plump called it last time. So this is a DB context, and we know that we are going to have a whole bunch of described tables on here. So what I could do is something that someone else joked about. This isn't even bad practice, though. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to emphasize, or at least illustrate. We could either have, what is this, 4,000 lines, 3,000 lines of code, 2,000 lines of code in one file, or we can have 2,000 files with one line of code. And that's how we would break this up. We would essentially have our onModel creating just call a whole bunch of these methods in individual files. I'm not sure I've ever considered long file to be an anti-pattern. I definitely have. Well, it's a smell that indicates maybe that one file has too much responsibility, but this is a DB context, and this is kind of what goes in a DB context. So we're sure that this is what is expected in a DB context. But good point, Tyron. And e to the 2i pi. And then we are going to map it to a view. And just because everything else has this pattern, we are going to prefix our view in the database with a V, as in Victor, V as in Vaca. Okay, and as I mentioned before, this is just adding a view, which means that we don't need to do a migration because it's not going to affect the snapshot of the migration of the database, the DB context. However, I want my up and down to be the place where I define this specific view. So we're going to create a migration. And you can do that easily in Visual Studio without needing to know the command line tools. Well, I guess you do need to know some command line stuff for it. But you can use this Package Manager console. If it's not showing, you can go to Tools, Package Manager, and then Package Manager console. Or sorry, NuGet Package Manager, then Package Manager console. And it'll show up. Two things you'll want to make sure are set. Your project that you have your migrations in is selected as the default project, and it's actually selected as the starter project. Again, this is in Visual Studio. I don't know how it works in other IDEs. And you also have the option of using .NET EF migration, which is more straightforward. At first I saw lines 77 and 2133. Then Dukasoft reminded me about regions. So I do like regions personally. I don't find them to be a code smell either. And I do like rolling everything up often. ML. Okay, one thing that I do want to do before I create this migration, just because I want to remember to do it, and that is to directory.build.props, change my version number, because again, this does generate a NuGet package when I do a PR, when I merge this to main. I don't, first, GetGopher is here. Hello, GetGopher. GetGopher said, can I make an entity inherit from an interface? Absolutely, if it's generated from an existing database. I've inherited an ugly code base, and it has a lot of tables like manager, employee, customer. I want to make them iPerson, but those are generated with EF from SQL. You can absolutely do that. Not only can you do that, you can also create a base person if you wanted to, and have all of them inherit from that. It will still get interpreted by Entity Framework as individual entities with all of the properties that you specified even on that base object. I do that a lot with my lookup items. I have many lookup tables, not in this database, but I have many lookup tables that are all name value. And that's all that's in the table, well, ID name value. And so I have a base lookup item that is ID name value. And then all of my DB entities that I use in my DB sets are inheriting from or extending lookup item base. So absolutely you can. Tyron said, I don't like regions on big team projects because not everyone adheres to the regions and then stuff gets out of place. Absolutely agree with you. For personal solo projects, I love them. Even then, it is sometimes difficult when you are doing something like you add a method to your interface, you go to your implementation, you control dot or you right click or whatever, however you get to it to do your refactor suggestion that says implement interface method this. And then it puts that wherever it wants to put it. And you go and you implement it and you leave it there sometimes, forgetting that you want to move it. forgetting that you want to move it to the region that it belongs in, if you are even using regions in that case. Okay, so I bumped the version number because this is going to create a new NuGet package once we merge this, but I wanted to create the migration. So once again, from the start, to create the migration, you set, like, if you, I don't know a better way to do this, by the way. So if anyone does have another suggestion for migrations, this is an old project, but in my new ones, I would still create a new API project, a new ASP.NET API project, configure my program.cs and my secrets and all of that stuff. So program.cs would look like your typical, your new typical program.cs with top level statements. But this is very, very old, and who knows if this is going to run. We might end up needing to create a new API project. So I will be able to show it, but I configure the DB context in it, and that is how I'm able to do add migration in the package manager console, add migration. What are we calling this? Add view restorable TRNs. And what this does is it uses that project as your starter project to get a new DB context so that it knows how to query the database for what was the most recent migration that was applied in that __EF migrations table. What is the diff between the previous migration and this new migration? And there is no diff between the previous migration and this new migration because, as I mentioned, we're just adding a view, and that view has no meaning other than it's a queryable object to entity framework, to the DB context. So if we truly want to be able to manage that view and do it in a migration focused way, then we can just do migration builder in the up.sql. Oh, and we're not using the latest version of .NET still. Wait, this says it's using .NET 8. Directory.build.props. We're using .NET 8. We should be able to use literal strings. Yeah? Please? Yes? String literals? Literal strings? Whatever this is called. I think we can. But before this syntax existed, it would just be the @ symbol. And then because I like my views to actually be left aligned and not have all of this extra spacing and all that stuff, then it would be create or alter view. And then everything would be all the way over here on the left. But now with this syntax, we can do it the way that we would write it, in line, like so. I love this. Okay, and then the down is going to be a lot easier, so I'm going to do that one first. Migration builder.sql drop view. Why are you doing it with that? Oh my gosh, special. Okay, so I need to think about how to actually write this query, and I said that we're just going to use the query string that is generated from this. So let's do that real quick. We're going to do it the other way though, where we're not even doing a take. Well, I can remove the take here in a second. Or from the actual generated SQL, so it'll be yay and lion. Anyway, hello smirking squiggly. Did I already say hello? If not, hello. If so, hello again. This is all for dev functionality so that we can do more testing while we are doing dev. But that's just how I roll. I'm putting this in the RTRAC database. I have to remember that. I have to remember that. Okay, so, gosh, my brain just like, I was like, is this actually gonna work? Probably should have tested it first. No, that's not what we want. We want this .toString. Yeah, it's still, oh man, that's not gonna work. Oh, yes it is. This is fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. I know how to do the translations of this stuff. Come on, man. It's okay. It's fine. Okay, so this is what it gave me. And we can't do that as a view. If we were creating a stored procedure, this would be fine. But this is a parameterized query, essentially. We don't need it. We don't need to filter the view. Although views can be filtered right off the bat, instead, we're just going to have the view be the query that we need in order to get the records that we're looking for without ordering, without the where clause. We don't need to print the internet. So we're going to get back all the records if we select star from this view, but it is in that query that we're going to select star from that query, select distinct lab lot at that from that query. In fact, this is going to do the distinct lab lot. No, maybe. Okay, so the thing that is causing the slowdown, from what I could tell, was distincting over 6 million records before filtering. And the thing that I would really want, and there's a left join in here too. The thing that I would really want is for the query to have the filter here. But when it's generating the query, it's not doing that. So I think we're going to run into the same issue. The difference is that we'll be running... Thank you. The difference is that we'll be running this on the... Dagnabbit. I still need the ID so that I can sort it by ID descending. Which one of you is R? The from. This is a very ugly query. What do you even look like at the moment? And then there's something else that I need to do with this too, since we're going to be in the RTRAC database, and this is pointing to a table in the RMAED database. That's going to be fun. Okay, so dagnabbit. Actually, that just ran. How in the world did that run and only give us back 72,000 records? Because we are distincting. No, we're still getting back only the first grouped by. So even with the ID in place, we are only getting 1 record back per lab lot, which is awesome. And it's thanks to this thing here. Or this, where row is less than or equal to 1. Okay, good. I'm happy about that. Yep, row number over partition, absolutely. So it is going to be performant, it is going to be good. Let's keep going then. Let us keep going. Okay. So our ultimate query is going to be this union, something similar to this. Do we have to explicitly name all of these? I don't think we do. Because none of these have aliases on them, right? They are just selecting from the particular aliased table, but none of them are being called this field as this alias. That is a lot of columns in this flippin' table. None. Okay, so this can be shortened to select c3.star. This can be shortened to select c2.star. And then this one can kind of be shortened to c0.star, but we need to keep the row num and all of that stuff. Okay, and we're not violating any aggregate values being, or aggregate fields being asked for in the query itself that are not named in the aggregate. So let me just make sure that this still runs and gives us back the 72,000 records. Yes. Okay, so then we can do this same thing. C3PO. We can't do union, and the reason we can't do union is because I was wanting to essentially get the top. Like, this isn't a good idea, I think, to do in a view. Select the top 1,000 distinct lab lots. It took 1 second. That's not terrible. And then I will union, select distinct. Okay, so this is where the issue is. One of the issues. The database that we are going to be running this from is RTRAC. So first question is, can we even run this first query? Where all of these chemrecs are going to be the 3-part RMAD, DBO, chemrec. From RTRAC, we can. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so then we can do union, select distinct lab lot. We can call laboratory just lab. We can call lot no just lot, which means that we don't need to alias these two. If anyone does see this and you are like, there is a different way that wouldn't be so heavy, and you can offer it up, I will definitely listen to it. But at the same time, I don't foresee doing this process very often. So is it going to be worth trying to optimize this in some way? Okay, so I'm doing pretty much the same query except for a table called TBL archive TRN. And that now gives us 1,000 records that did work successfully. The problem is that I'm still not ordering by the TRN ID. Ascending. Like, is this even a thing? Can I do this? No, I cannot do it because it's an invalid name. It is not an invalid name. You're an invalid name. C3 dot TRNID. Oh, no underscore. Well, why didn't you give me IntelliSense for that? Yeah, okay, so order by items must appear in the list before select distinct. Oops, select top R. Okay, that's only 19,000 records. Let's get rid of the distinct top and let's see what this gives us and how long it takes. Right, and then there's a flippin' collation issue. I told you that RMAED is case sensitive. It's just Latin bin. That's so annoying. So I need to tell this thing collate. Is this the syntax? As equal Latin 1 general CP1 CI. I don't know what the collate syntax is. SQL collate as Can you show me an actual example, please? Oh, okay. There is no as. Fine. And you can't collate in the select? Or what? What are all the places that you can put collate? In the order by, in the where. Okay, so then where are you telling me that the collation has issues? Here. Wait, no, not there. That doesn't make sense. It's in the union operation itself. And then invalid column name TRN ID still. How are you still an invalid column name? We're selecting everything from C3, which is this entire join. Oh. Which should include the TRN ID. This is a left join, so we are only getting the lab and the lot from C1. But we're getting everything from C2. Which is heavy. TBL archive TRN. This is not an invalid. Yeah, okay, so we can't use collate. Can we? We can't use collate after the alias. Oh, goodness. Okay, what do you say now? Invalid collation. I was looking at the thing and I copied it directly from it. What do you mean it's invalid? You're invalid. Underscore as. Whoops. I copied it exactly as I saw it. I just didn't see the underscore as. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so now we still have an invalid column name trnid, which doesn't make sense because we are getting C0, or I'm sorry, we're getting everything from a combination of the lab lot and everything else in TBL archive TRN plus row number as row. What am I missing? And then we already know that this was going to cause an error. Thank you, Dukasoff, for the reminder. We already know that this is going to cause an error because it doesn't like order bys and subqueries. Unless top offset is also specified. You know what? You know what? Select top 100%. Order by C0. And that makes it take 2 seconds. But we have 91,646 records. And what happens if we do the same thought here? There is no TRNID, is what happens. Okay, so supposedly the order of these lab lot combinations, which it doesn't look like it, should be by ID descending. Okay. What if not C0, this would be from C3. Okay, all right. This is looking promising-ish. I still don't think that we would have lot numbers that end with underscore in the chemrec table as newer records. Select star from chemrec. Order by ID descending, and just for our case, we only want the top 10,000. And so if we look at all of the lot numbers, none of them have underscores for the newer records. Not a single one. And again, if we tried to select r.id here, then we would also have to do it here. Yeah, and these IDs are all over the place. So why can't I order by r.trnid still? Because this is treating it like it's part of the union. It might also not be a good idea to reuse aliases. Just saying. Oh no. Oh no. I pushed F5. Okay, so let's get rid of this real quick. Yeah, it's still treating that like it's part of the union. So how do I fix that? These are all going to become T's. C3s are going to become C. 4, 5, 6, 7. C7s. Oh, we're going to call you all T's instead. How's that? And this is going to be TRs. Oh, dang it. You're going to be TRs. You are going to be all of these are going to be T's. T's, aka Dukesoft. Speaking of Dukesoft, have you ever heard of him? Every now and then, he will stream. He will show us some beautiful drone footage. Roll that beautiful drone footage with some fantastic music put to it and some great conversations if he has time. There's never any obligation or rush. I don't want to put pressure on you, Dukesoft. When he does stream, it is a fantastic time and you will enjoy yourself. How am I going to sort this in a way so that the newest records appear first? That's all that I'm trying to do. I just want the newest records on top. Man. And I can't do it like this, because this will just give me all of the records from whichever table has the highest ID, which is most likely going to be the chem-rec table. the ultimate goal that I'm trying to do here is to join these two tables. So we're going to select distinct, distinct. It's just going to be lab and lot from this in the end. I just don't know how I'm going to get the most recent ones first. I guess, oh, duh. Oh my goodness. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, whoever sent that to me. You're absolutely right. So we're going to select the distinct lab lot, and it's going to be the top. Actually, we're not even going to do top because, again, the top is going to be handled by the queryer. We don't need this. We don't need the order by inside of these. This is going to be fine. So we're going to select that from this query, this subquery, inner join this subquery, and it's both of these two subqueries that are going to be dang it. Oops, wrong button. It's these two subqueries that are going to be sorted individually. Or no, it's not. What am I saying? Come on, brains. Query 1, query 2, you get tabbed in. I got this. I got this. I got this. Okay, so query 1 is going to be from the RMAED table. We're going to get back all of our RMAED records for their distinct lab lots. We don't even need the IDs anymore. IDs is a bad idea. Let's not use ID. And on top of that, we are going to select right off the bat the distinct lab and lots from those. That way we don't have to worry about getting over querying. I don't know. I really don't know how to optimize this. It's really not clicking for me. There's something that I'm seeing in the background that is going to cause this to still query for too much data before getting to the actual result. Because the query that I'm going to essentially run after this is select top 10 CR, yeah, sure, from whatever the name I'm calling this query is, this view. Does anyone know what I did with the... Okay, from V restorable TRN, order by CR lab, and then CR lot descending. Because the lot, even though it's an alpha, oh, and then where, of course, where CR lab is equal to whatever lab we're filtering by. So we're selecting the top 10 from this view where the lab is equal to the one that we are looking for in our UI. and we're ordering by the lot number descending. And the lot number descending means that the higher lexicographic value will be first. So Z before A. Z before underscore even. And they are always 4 characters long, so we don't have to worry about that. So this is going to work. This is going to be good. That said, how do we finish this out? We are selecting distinct lab lot. From this, interjoin this. And I guess we need to pick one that we're going to select from, so we may as well select from CR. And then we need our on. No, we're not going to select CR. We're going to select archive TRN, AT. And the reason why is because the chemrec table has the 3-character version that has an underscore in it, which we don't want the underscore. So no more ID. No more I love yous. And then we need to join this one as AT on CR lab, except that CR lab needs to collate for one, which is going to be collated already because we are selecting from that alias, so never mind. CR lab is going to equal the combination of AT lab plus underscore. Okay, now just so that I don't take all of the records, we're going to distinct top 100 for now, just to prove that we get results from this and that those results are going to be relatively quick. We got 0 results. What the truck? So give me some values from here. Some distinct values are going to be, actually give me this again, please. Now that song is stuck in my head, thanks. Omenasai. All right, so we are going to select this, and we want to know where TR lab is equal to AR, for example. And then we're going to order by TR lot descending. Oh man. This is truly worth it. Yeah, and this is what I'm expecting, except that there are 3-character lots in the archive table that don't have the underscore at the end. Mother of falcons. Oh my gosh. Case when, oh man, this is stupid. Case when lane of TR lot is equal to 3, then it'll be, actually I'll do it like this, the way that I would normally do it anyway. So TR lot plus case when it's 3, then underscore, else nothing, end lot. Okay, first of all, does this give me underscores? Why is there a space? Why is there a space? Okay. Okay, so we have a query. This is so dumb. We have a query where we have all of the lab and lots now in a format that should be understandable. Whoops, to this query. Can we join on these two yet? There is a syntax error. Because I put too many commas. The language is leaving me. No more I love you. Why? Okay, so let's see what these results look like from the first table. There's a syntax error. And the results look like, this is what we expected. Oh, is this another case where potentially, you know what? What happens if when we just go ahead and trim everything right off the bat. Yeah, we need to trim it here. And we need to collate inside of the trim. All right, what do you say? Nope, we can't collate inside of the trim. No column name was specified for column 1 of at. Oh, right. And because we are now doing a function, we need to alias. You. Let's get rid of this. Run it again. Okay, this is looking good. We have 100 rows. We have the top 100. Okay, and then what if I did where at.lab is equal to AR? Then we have results that are for AR only, but they're the flippin' underscores first. Why are the underscores still happening first? Underscore should come after Z in a order by descending. Because I'm not ordering by descending. AT lot descending. We need to do that first. Okay, what do you say now? Right. Damn it. The problem is that we aren't doing it as a number. We are doing Z comes first. How am I going to do this? What if, in order to get, no, because what happens if a new lab? We can't do it lexicographically because the first character is going to be the thing that it sorts by first, then the second character, then the third character. And in this case, even if the thing is only 3 characters long, it's going to sort by, like if it was only 1 character long, it would still sort first. Z would sort before AAAA. Or Z, X, Y, Z. I'm so confused. Hello, Napalm. I think you have the wrong stream. You must be mistaking me for that other guy. The one that's actually fun. Wait, this thing is ordering by ID descending. How is this working? There is no such thing as ID in this table. Hey, look, it's still working. Let's get rid of this sort again. Yeah, and then by the time it finishes this inner join, there is no sorting anymore. NI order by wait, no, then I wouldn't get the distinct. Cripes. Jiminy Christmas. I don't know what to do. Oh man. All right, you're up e to the 2i pi. Did you see how close he was? Holy cow. So I wish I could give you the actual scale, but your character, this little guy here, is at most, I forget what the number is, 5 meters tall at the tallest, and the target is 70 meters at most at the furthest. So that should give you an indication of your scale as far as the up and down where the target is located and how much you got it. How much force. The reason that Big Gamey is shooting at such high angles is because the longer the arrow stays in the air, the more points you get, the more bonus points you get. And then of course, the closer to the center of the target you hit will give you a score, a base score between 0 and 100. Yeah. And is it giving you the same airtime scores as well? So it's not even resetting the airtime, or it's not even setting the airtime scores between people. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a look at this and fix that because I need to do some more thought on this query that I'm trying to write because, again, the only thing that I'm trying to do is populate a list of TRN IDs by the most recent TRNs that exist in this other table. But they have to have a matching archive TRN ID. So yeah, we need to figure out why when you are finished shooting,
I got a bad feeling about
on
this.
the game page, I do too. It is not clearing out the bonus scores. Bonus. Max retry count, round, archery rounds. Yeah. It's all done in Blazor. It is HTML and CSS only. I think there might have been a very, very small amount of JavaScript, but it is, or not just HTML and CSS. It's Razor and CSS. So even the animation of the arrow flying is CSS. There it is. Bonus scores. Okay, bonus scores, bonus scores, bonus scores. You are... Where are we even adding to bonus scores? Good grief. That doesn't look like all of the usages. Yeah, so, oh, it's right here. Oh, goodness me. So where is scores being reset, I guess is what I really wanted to know. Because wherever we're resetting scores is where we need to reset here. Bonus scores. Okay, so that should fix the bonus scores issue. Then you'll get a more accurate description. So the reason that you don't always get the right information to begin with is because it's also having an LLM generate the message. Here's the details of the, well, no, of the attempt. Here's the details of the attempt, and then I say, please generate, given the following information for an Archery's game's launch result, generate a message informing the user of the result. Do not reveal the target distance or height to the user, nor how much the arrow missed the target by, other than using general terms like very close, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, anyway. But I want BitGaming's bonuses too, not anymore. So did I break it by doing this? Do we still have everything connected? Or did it actually hot reload? Nope, we lost our Signal R connection. So that's one thing that I still don't understand. Why isn't it reconnecting my Signal R? I am not doing anything that is causing it to not connect Signal R. Me when people come after my bonuses. What? Yeah. That kind of looks like Earthworm Jim almost. I can't tell what that is. What is it? It's a Wonkin Raver. Shout out to Irish John Games, who we are going to go to. No, he's not streaming on Thursdays. Okay, Archery Bot, refresh, back to big screen, connect, go to chat, do the thing, do the thing, do the thing, do the thing. Archerly, shoot to 100. Shoot 5, 100. Jeez, now it's playing the audio twice. Fantastic. Ow. I need Pow to be in there. That would be awesome. We need to add everyone's audio. The one that I was trying to add just before the stream. 101. I got a 99. I almost hit it dead center. Okay. Can someone else please try so that we can see if you are getting my bonus scores, which are relatively tiny. It was only 3, 2, and 2. Ow. The thing that I was trying to add was Bardecki's audio clip that he gave me permission to use. Such a kind soul. Which is right here. Pew OGG. And what I was wanting to do is to randomly choose between the bow noise and then Pew. So bow loading, where is this used? And there we go. Okay, so you only have 3. So sad. Okay, and the way that we're going to do this is we're going to do random. We're going to use the oh, it is actually random in C#, isn't it? Dot shared. We're going to use the static version of it. Dot next double is greater than point. Yeah, we'll just do a 50-50 chance. Then it'll use bow loading. Otherwise, it'll use pew. This is a method. Okay, I'm going to restart the bot one more time because this is going to disconnect our signal R connection for whatever reason. And then we will see if we can get a Bardaki noise. Or if it just crashes on us. Your success is meant to compensate my failure. Well, you would have only gotten the same amount of bonus scores. Because again, I was shooting at 100 so that it's in the air for the least amount of time. I do round up so that you can get more points for the seconds that pass. Archerly bot. Oh, right. And I do need to call my dad in like 20 minutes. So I need to be mindful of that. Don't want to make him wait. Connect with Twitch. Add. Come on. Okay. Archery. I know. I gotta do my time. Whoa. You. 4. Pow. Right. And then that's only going to happen if we are at a power less than 90. Otherwise, it's going to get overridden. I'm just going to put this in here. I'm not going to save yet. I mean, if it's Dukasoft, it's always going to be... You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to save this yet so we don't lose the connection. Because I still want to find out if it will randomly play it. But after deciding which noise to use, it is going to eventually just decide. I could change this if statement if I wanted, but too lazy. So pew means we're going to need to go a little higher. Excuse me. And less power. I don't know why I played the audio twice, but it worked. We got the average, or we got the random chance. Oof. Okay, so my high was a 9. And 11 because it stayed in the air for 11 seconds. But okay, so that's cool. So let's do it like this. No matter what force you shoot at, you have a 50% chance. I mean, Dukasoft, do you want to be left out of this calculation? Do you always want the fart sound? Completely okay if you do. I'm going to assume you do. Oh, okay. So you want PU every now and then? So we'll move that down. We'll have, if we are at 50% or more, then we will play the Bardaki clip. And again, this would be a lot of fun if we start getting sound effects from other streamer developers. That'd be really, really cool. I've had my fun with the farts. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for. 50% chance to get Pew. Otherwise, if you're Dukasoft, actually, otherwise, we check for the draw force. If the draw force is less than, less than 90, because I really did mean it for it to be anything 90 and above, then it depends on if you're Dukasoft or not. Or if it's less than 90, then we're going to get the regular bow loading. Otherwise, that's when it's going to depend on whether you're Dukasoft or not. If you're Dukasoft, then you fart, which is a sound. Otherwise, never enough fart. Full power sound. Okay, so that should be the logic for all of this. We play the sound, we wait X number of seconds, and then we play the final sound. And then we start the timer. So this is where the issue happens. This is where I wanted the hit the target sound to happen later. And so what I need to do is start the animation as soon as you do the noise. I guess we can still wait a second at that point in time. Start the animation. Then we want to wait another however long the animation is going to take to run. So animation duration is going to be launch result positions max of time. I don't know why it's doing this order by crap. And we're going to wait at minimum one time span from seconds 1. Because time is a time span, right? No, it's a double. Gotcha. Why don't you like this? Because max doesn't return a null? I could have sworn max returned a null. Whatever. Okay, then we wait animation duration. and then it hits. Do animate should be true here as well before we start calculating this. Now I have surely gone and broken it, but we're going to find out. And then I need to write out so that I can call my dad. I'm sorry for all of the struggles with SQL at the end there, but it's part of the way that I work. So you got to see me in my element, in my elephant. You. Stony should already be there, so you. Did we recently raid Stony? I don't think that's who we raided last time, was it? It's just he's an app dev, and I like raiding app devs. No? Pew. Did we restart? We restarted. Do this thing so that you guys have something fun to play around with while I figure out who we're gonna raid. Connect and join chat, please. Okay, so the bot should be up, and now you have a 50% chance to hear the pew noise from Bardaki's game. It's called The Unwanted War. It is actually his voice going pew. You there. You. 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 Yeah, cool. So as long as Stony isn't quitting like right now, that's who we're going to head out to. But first, let's do a Dukasoft pew. Oh, and while you're doing that, we'll go to this screen. Pew. Oh man. So that's an issue. Why did it play both? That was very awkward, wasn't it? It's playing all of them. How is it playing all of them? That doesn't make any sense at all. It should be picking only one of these files. What is this logic? Oh my goodness, I have no idea. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why it played it multiple times, but it did. So fun times. I hope you enjoyed that. All right. It's because impact complete. Fart impact 1 versus fart impact 2. And then up here, we're also doing fart impact 1 or 2. Oh, the combination of these two audio files is the entire launch sound. It is the sound of drawing the bow and then releasing to shoot. That's what that was supposed to be. And then this isn't even supposed to play until you hit the target. So whatever. It'll get fixed eventually. Who knows? Play all 100 times. Now I'm going to start doing this. That way you understand that I am heading out. I need to call my dad because we are planning that trip to Puerto Rico in December. So that's going to be fun. Watch Stony Eagle actually be offline because my stuff was frozen. Okay, no. He's still online. So we're going to head over to Stony Eagle, who is working on an app called No Mercy TV. Raid over to Stony Eagle. And this application is pretty much a home Netflix application for your own media library, where you can have access to all of your media in a similar way as a streaming service. And I think it's even like, it's got a lot more than just that. So my videos, my VODs will be posted to YouTube as soon as I end the stream. You can watch it if you are so inclined, and all of our previous videos. And what else? We have a Discord that you are welcome to join. If you aren't a part of way too many already, then please feel free to use us as a resource, as a place to hang out. It is relatively quiet, but that doesn't mean you have to be quiet in the Discord. You're welcome to bring up whatever chats, questions, conversations you want. There are different roles that you can choose. Like if you want to rant someday, then we have a rant room. Just choose that role, hop into the rant room and do the thing. Catch you next time. Maybe, unless I don't catch you next time, then I'll catch you the time after. Who knows how long that will be, because tomorrow is the last stream before a break for me, because I am heading off to visit family the week after. So yeah. Okay. But ciao for now. Thanks for hopping in, Abaddis. See ya later.